Waiting a few more seconds. I think we are good on YouTube. That's good enough for me. Which may follow is not green. I think yesterday was also too. We are trying Steam broadcasting as well, so it's multi-streaming on 4 different platforms. This is the first time I'm trying that, so we'll see. Maybe one of them may not. If you are um, having difficulties on the platform that you are watching, but welcome. So I want to continue the work that I started yesterday, which was creating tutorial screens and scenario files. Then we decided that we should separate those screens from the original design file, which we still have them still. But when we split those files, I noticed that updating the components in either file wasn't really updating the components in the other file. So these two files have to be pulling their components from a central file, which then took us to upgrading our Figma subscription. So now I designated this file as the component. I haven't begun the work to enable the components from this file to two different files. I'm suspecting that along this transition, uh, the components in both of these files, they might have already lost their connection to these components. If they haven't already, I think through this process, we will see that they are going to lose the connection. Because as far as I can tell, this component here, say go to main component, it is still gonna go into components page here in the same file, but it's not pulling it from I think, well, in the first place, I actually pulled this component, well, say this page. This component was pulled here because under assets, we were looking at local components and components. This just happened to be a copy of some other file. Either way, it's still local to itself. So this actually has to be changed to something like, but I think before we do that, we have to designate this one as theme library. That done yet. So because this file is going to be the team shared library, let's say, I don't think we need pages. So far, it's just one page. I don't think in a shared library, the page concept applies. You could still have many pages. It doesn't matter. It's still going to try to find anything of component type from multiple pages. It's just that the content of this file, including all pages, will be exposed to two different files here. So let's try. I think I have to first figure out how to make this turn file component libraries. I think I have to publish this. Let's see. This is really what it is that when we publish. Let's present. That's kind of what I didn't read. There was a message there. Assembling something. Publishing library. Okay. Now here, Okay, it always shows this list view or so. Here we'll have, you can open the file. It's essentially here. We don't want to open the file, but we want to. So when we enable it, see it is here. Instead of manually choosing them, just exposing the whole. However, this is still taking it from in the same file. So this is new to me. So somehow I have to associate this with the component from the external file. I can't do that. It's an interesting design question too. If I had to design Figma, what kind of technical challenge would that be to take the reference of this component from a different file? Because you want to keep the place, position, everything has to be whatever you have done here, except the core look and definition. It should be kept, but it should actually reference another uh, structure. Nothing to do with that. Because here's the difference. Components, text button, the same text button as this. This is gonna take us to, yeah, even this symbol is different. Go to main component in array, which is going to be, let's close this in case we forth. This, oh, it opens it every single time. Because when you work with the components within the same file, when you're done with this, there is actually a reminder here that actually says, okay, you want to go back to where you click this, see the details, so it would actually this view. This one. Make some changes when you are done, you go back to. It doesn't happen with journal. So not only does this find a new tab where it's coming from. Well, challenge to the Figma team. Maybe they will figure it out. They need to post some information to this page so they know it. Because I've been doing web development for so long, I kind of know how this might be worked out. But that's not really my job. It's my past career. Let's design a game. But I definitely see the benefit of having this external. Because if I ask anyone else something else, different file, which is using the same components, they will actually use these components. So in the meantime, since today's task is only about tutorials, whenever I need a component, I should be pulling it from the external file. However, at some point, I want to get rid of this page here, both in tutorial and UI file. My question now, if I get rid of this whole page, what happens to all the components, all the instances of these components in well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Able to do, maybe able to undo. It's belongs to the shop page. Technically, we won't have any of. This is the only thing that we did, which actually belongs to task queue for I. That's when we noticed the discrepancy. To go. This. And we still have to update your reference. Everything has kind of gone haywire. Fine, we already have a copy of this. This is a whole madness anyway. Houses on. It's a new topic. Market is there. Shop is something that also take care of inventory. So we kind of have to delete everything but well. Delete. Delete. In the tutorial file, I want to have as many pages as possible that will give us a flow of the tutorial and the production of scenario panels. This file will handle all that work. Our other game relevant screens will be separate file, as we are used to seeing. Now these two files, as I have been saying, have now lost connection to. It's keeping a copy of the design, but it is no longer. Yeah, component is missing. Store component. Ooh, restoring it. You maybe. That's funny. Data-wise, it kind of knew where it was. Reconstructed the whole component model there. That's coming from. Oh, okay. Now we found it. There you go. Text button. Components. Text button, and then this reference will be. Now that this is missing, we'll just bind it to the files text button. Okay. So they have done it. Yeah. In a seamless way. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they have done half of what I was designing. They still don't have this. Doesn't know that there is already a tab open. Okay. But once you are done with this, there's no way to go back where you actually have. I'll live with that. This is more important that we are able to rebind the reference. Good. So I'm not going to go and clean up everything. in UI file, because this has tons of references that I won't be working with this today that much, guessing, so I'll just keep working on a tutorial. And as we see, we'll few references here and there. Let's do it. Section buttons, section button. Still have to manually anyway, that's done. It's gonna be copied anyway, as long as the group component is done. With that, do task thingy. I think this task thingy could also be coming from the main component, which means place, go here, this normal hover pressed. Okay, this is now here under task queue. Okay, let's bind you again. Yeah, now I have to actually bind these files. Task queue item. What happened to your component reference? Okay, I think I introduce. Still don't have. Here, I think as soon as I delete this, you still don't have the reference. This is a weird one because it doesn't even act like a component anymore. Okay, what is going? This button, text button, or component. Okay, this one works normal. Good. This, however, yeah, everything about this acts lost connection. Oh, of course it did. Because this was originally in tutorials in a local component page. I copied it here. Everything has become, yeah, everything has lost its reference to. There's no reference left. So we kind of have the visual representation. Nothing is using. Either way, this is what we are going to. Let's move yourself. I'm going to do this. Imagine this. Cut this. Let's actually move this. So some room. Paste this. Okay. I want to create a new component out of this. Um, First of all, I want to task queue item. Task queue item. I want to have a task queue item. State. I want to cut this. I want to paste it into this frame. Then I want to remove this is the component one. These are not. So duplicate this. Let's imagine this one's icon is clean. I'm trying to create this. This one is repair. Repair. This one also has to be maybe hover. Okay. Now we can delete the first three. Duplicate this one here. Let's duplicate one more time. Okay. So maybe we'll make it as tall as this. I don't care. The way I imagine this is that maybe we need something like a market item. Market. Okay, I relabeled it the other day. Vertical tab header. I was designing the house. So let's detach this. Okay. Trying to access this something like this. Okay. Let's just try this. Let's group these two bad boys. Auto layout. Maybe it should be centered like this, and not sure if why there's this much difference. Maybe because the text is doing fixed width, our contents. Okay, there you go. And this can now have maybe 10 pixels, maybe 5, I don't know. Get 100%. This frame is also a little bit this way. Okay, let's make you a little bit skinnier. You're essentially a copy of your this time. This is this should be the closed one. Talking about the placement of this. This should be the open one. That might be sort of either a good time or a big waste of time to try something like localization, variable text or tasks. Why am I going to that file? Take a copy out of there, do multiple copies. That control Y is never working. Redo. So I always imagine that's going to keep repeating my text. The font rendered, semi-bold. So we are trying to fit in an area which is 130, which is also something like this, according to this. It cannot be semi-bold. So it doesn't render. It's semi-bold 17. Sounds cheap. We don't have room for this thing. Keep trying. It's short. We'll work with other companies for localization, but in something as simple as this, we might be okay. Their tasks, her tasks, your tasks, ihre Aufgaben, I guess. Aufgaben. Copy. Just trying to see where I can fit in this. This is kind of a fruitless attempt that I'm doing. Copy the whole thing. Did paste. Voltage. Okay. This. Push it there. This is should be semi-bold, but 17. This is still going to be too big. Fine. I think we'll go Spanish. That is short too, but just of completeness. So Turkish will fit, I'm confident. It's as if it's just made for Turkish. It kind of usually fits perfectly there too. Turkish, Spanish, Italian. See, but with the Noto Sans, might be a different combination. If we do Source Sans Pro, see, it changes everything. So basically, for few languages, we'll go with Noto Sans JP, especially for Japanese, because everything else fits. It's, like this is going to be 17. Copy the style too. Yeah. So let's see. Semibold 18, semibold 17. You copy this, just paste the text. Zoom out. Beyond a certain point, it makes sense though. I think I'm okay with this font size. Everything else, we have to see this in the right context, but kind of goes along with the other sizes as well. So, assuming this is our case, the worst case scenario for the longest text was Japanese, of course. We'll go with a different font for that one. And as far as text length goes, there is the Italian, which is the longest now. Why did you not do? You did it. Okay, that's fine too. Simplified Chinese. It's Czech, Danish, Dutch. Let's try Russian. So this is gonna fit too. I'm confident. Because if this fits, I mean, if anything, if you see a pattern that certain languages have shorter or fewer letters to express the same text, maybe we'll bump up the font size. Use a different theme with the bigger font size. Let's see. Danish. It. Dutch. Let's try a few Scandinavian languages. Pushing it, but perfectly fitting. Norwegian. Swedish. Uppgifter. Uppgifter. Uppgaver. Well, they seem to be up about it, or up about it. Close enough. As far as the length goes. The Danish. Yeah, it's very similar then. It's a P. Here it's Dine. So it's 16 semibold. Okay, smarten up. Semibold. I might also do this. This frame should be perhaps this big. Should be it. Do a space between. Okay. Since this is still a copy of this. Copy, paste, move. Just make you. Yeah. So, do I have all the parts here? I something like any will make this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sense it. Three. This. So this is the closed state, and this is the expanded state. And it's gonna look like this in different lines. If you don't have enough room, I suppose I'll handle the padding here. We'll have a bit more room to accommodate for longer text. So now that we said it's going to be semi-bold 16, semi-pro. Let's keep that. Oh, not that. 15. Right? Semi-volt 16, semi-volt 16. There you go. Yeah, this still doesn't have enough room, but I also did 130. Is this 130? It is. Yeah, this arrow would be here, crowding it. Maybe we'll just do Japanese 15. I think to my non-Japanese eyes, it looks legible. What do I know? Let's move you aside. Copy you. Copy yourself. Copy. I think we could get away with it. Maybe we'll find a different word, shorter, gives the same meaning of tasks. Again, that's the job for localization. To suggest what better for the same meaning. Okay, so I think we are good. We may do this kind of exercise later, but for now, we're in good hands. So these two are essentially variants. So last time I think I messed up something with my. When I wanted to turn two different structures to variants for the same component, I happen to delete either instance here. If I simply do this, I think if I have to be smart about this, I'll do it this way. Create a component, call this your tasks. Create a variant. Be fancy auto layout here. This is what I mean. Now I will actually this here. I will in fact consider this one as actually I will consider this, expand it as true. This one false. Variant will be expanded. False or true. Now let's this. You guys are gonna go away, and you are 9. left tab, scale. Yeah, what was that about? There you go. Your tasks. This still okay because I copied it from the bottom. It's done. Let's tidy you up. Close enough. You, sir, are done. You are done. Go away. Your tasks. Publish this. How? Publish button. It here. One change. Good. Good. Now going back to UI, are going to your tasks. Okay, your tasks will be here. And when we click this, we're going to have an expanded version of it. Except why are you 132 and why are you 100? Happening? What is this extra 2 pixels? This should be 29 too. Yeah, there was some bullshit going on when I was doing the scaling here or resizing the Django. Screwed up this text, pushed it to the top. I don't know why. Now it's acting up. Different manner. This is the frame anyway. I'll just force it. Then scales. Um, don't scale, just to center. Fix width. Yeah, this is bizarre. Okay, first of all, why are you So you set yourself to 100. Not going to matter. What happened to fill container? Will you auto like? Oh, I see. It actually considers. Oh, cool. So can we just get away with this by? Let's disable this rectangle. Let's try to fill this with, and the stroke is going to be this one. And then we'll do 3. We'll give it some padding, 4. Um, we'll just say this is 118. This. Okay. This. And this is actually going to have space between. This is resembling more real dimensions. We still have some miscalculation. This can't be 180. Okay, in this case, I kind of want it. Let's get rid of this rectangle. I think it's still taking into account that. Yes. Now you should be 130. And there is still that stupid. Okay, sorry. This should be 130. The extra pixel. Somewhere in the way Figma thinks there's a 1 pixel off. But no. Might be even due to the fact that this rotation is actually pushing. Because I've seen that happen. Say if this is 20, sometimes it actually changes the. Doesn't apply to this case because I think I scale, so it actually fits itself. Okay, 130. What we. This is actually 130. Good. Frame itself is not. The component itself. The resizing. 1 pixel extra in the width and 1 pixel. You need 1 more pixel in the height. Let's make this 5 because we were actually. I think I know why. Okay, I'm actually okay with this being 30 because 29 was sort of an arbitrary number. Okay, fix yourself. That's fine. Maybe we'll push you to 131 here, something like this. As long as you guys are, it's not okay. Okay, we'll go with 133. Let's publish changes. We have to publish this. Publish. Go back to UI. Here it is. Let's expand it. Component updates available. Review. Update. Good. Good. Aren't this same width and height? Kind of not, because their start point is different. So when it's this gap here? 131. We want you to be 131. What? Here's a false case. Let's do it again. Here's everything gone. Gone. But when I did this last time, see, it does. Don't do that. The rectangle. Okay, I gotta change the rectangle. That looks balanced to me. Let's do 90. Minus 90. Okay, here's the frame. Frame should now resize. 133, 32. And yet when I resize it, it adds that extra pixel. So when I don't do that, everything is just fine. So what is wrong with you? When I do this, I bet it's going to do the scaling because this is set to scale in the vertical, but there, scale. Something is a little bit. Oh, you turn this on. Okay, for our intents and purposes, I think this is good enough because my priority is somewhere else. This may be enough. So we come here, we do successfully published it. It's going to say, hey, you have changes coming. Date, do it. You do this. Okay, at least everything looks fine. See, this is the only caveat we have. It thinks the frame is this big because it's coming from the other file. I'll live with that. I'm okay with this. Go and change it. Because our task here is to do this work. One of the tasks will be phoning Dave. On. Honestly, wish there's a button to pop. styles and is there even a shortcut for that? Here, this once we are going to have your tasks. Here, you go to UI and it's going to have the old one, review it. Oh, you're done. Beautiful. Tutorial. It's almost 3 o'clock. Gotta think of lunch options. We actually have the basic page stuff covered. We'll always have this. This is going to be mostly empty, but maybe the first one will be filled. That's fine. It's going to be here with us. So I will duplicate this page. This is the move around page. In that page, we won't have this. We'll actually have this. We won't have any of this. Scenario. Okay. Scenario will do maybe group this. Just thought of something. Instead of grouping, group it. Group this too. Okay. Group this one too. Take these 3 groups. Actually, group this one too. Take all this. Cut. Go to components. Here is something we can try. We already have copies of it, so I'm not too worried. I said that we could maybe have only one page in components file. Here's a page labeled as components, but maybe we could have multiple pages in component file. Maybe one of those pages could be just the scenario components. Something like this. Maybe this could be the variants. Here the basic scenario, tomato paste scenario, beet scenario, and charity scenario. Just to try if multiple pages from a components theme library will work. Okay, so same problem. How do I make all these 4 objects as 4 variants of the same components? Because when I create a component, if I create a variant, it is actually going to consider all this as the content of the first variant. It's going to duplicate this. And I don't want to remove back and forth incorrect ones. Can we choose 4 of you? Sign as a variable. How can it know that? So here's the first group. Right click. Can't know that, can't. Beyond a certain point, the names are kind of scenario component from the all over the place, name wise. Scenario, clear variant, tomato, okay. We'll remove this. Property will be scenario, scenario, scenario type, topic. Default one is basics. That actually sounds more like the moving things. Salad. Salad scenario. So let's create another variant. Okay. This time we'll have beans left. Topic will be beans. Create another one. Interestingly, you only kept that. I don't know why, but I guess the last selected one when you hit the variant is copied. Could be. This one is the charity scenario. Let's do that and then this, that. Auto layout, you do need, maybe you do it. So here's a scenario with multiple topics. Let's publish this. Go edit. Go back to tutorial and are now going to have a scenario here. Components, scenario. Okay, so the pages are exposed to. Maybe this way I can distribute these components into their meaningful pages. So that's how not everything is components under components. This is still a bit ridiculous, but I'll live with that right now. So here it is, salad, tomato paste, beans, charity. We'll go with tomato paste. Okay. So here's your welcome. This means we will actually say bye to the all this. Okay. You will have group yourself. I believe we have a copy of this too, so we could just repeat it. We do by somewhere here. And this is actually gonna come collapsed. So this is what we are going to show next. But I want to keep this duplicating my efforts. We don't really need all this here. First content. We are calling it context menu, but it's essentially a panel where you do actions. Show you what I mean. So in the move around, we don't really need this. This will pop up. From here, you hang up the phone. This is gonna maybe pop up. I will say, okay, move the camera around. So you move to display this. And maybe we'll say, click that marker, see the details of copy this. Copy, cut. Is this a... Yes, that's how I did it. Move yourself here. Delete yourself. Done. Not perfectly centered. Click that click that marker to see the details of a raised bed. If the text goes bigger, it is going to fix its sizes and such. So this is a developer node blue object here. Once the player clicks the Bobby T, present a context menu with most options disabled. So I'm kind of going to pretend that we are clicking. I'm not going to create another page, in other words, to show context menu open. We are going to assume that they clicked it and they are seeing it. So this is sort of continuation of the process. Because these screens will change, we might have to copy a future change version back to the tutorial page, but for now we are going to assume they are looking at something like this. I see. This is the reason why I'm actually going to simplify file as well with multiple context menu pages, because it's all in one place and it's getting really crowded. And for preventing fuck-ups, I sometimes lock panels so that I don't accidentally move them, but it's hard to know which one I do. This one. Okay. Now it didn't select all this. It's a separate system. I see. Shift select. Copy. This is gonna come close to, mind you. And there's a lot to change. Anyhow, paste group. Normally when this opens, we kind of see it like this. The unit is always on the top left corner of this raised bed, so the camera moves. We'll pretend that we moved it and it's open so that it's somewhere visible. At this point, I think your tasks might be open and maybe you have just the I don't think you'll have anything because you will have called Dave and he's giving you instructions. Maybe we'll see. So with most options disabled, so some of these options will be disabled because we don't clear. So the scenario will be to grow 50 kilos of tomato. Hi, it's Dave, your friendly neighbor. Look around. You do. Quick shit. And then somewhere here, what was this guy's message? He said he had to dig it all up except a few things. Maybe we have those few things left in this. That's the only thing in the whole garden that has a few leftover plants. So the task might be to put them into a compost unit. So we introduce the function of this button, which is which compost unit you want to select. And then maybe Dave is going to tell us, well, now that you cleaned up the whole garden, you want to plant things because Dave is going to be away for a long time, he just finds out. Dave introduces us to the concept of buying seeds. And then we actually discover the market screen and then shopping screen, and then orders come to our house. Then we look at the inventory screen. We click things, we plant things, and Dave says, be patient. What is that expression? Good things come to people who wait. And then at some point, we actually grow 50 kilograms of tomatoes. Somewhere in there, we are introduced to this screen. You will word this accordingly. Maybe Dave is challenging you, or yeah, maybe you are watching TV while waiting a call from Dave. You have an idea of what to do. 50 kilos of. So that might be the plan. Um, that way, we introduce the player to the game. We may still keep some of these options closed, or maybe Dave actually tells us where to get more help. Maybe we introduce the function of this button here. Where is it? Formation thingy. That when you actually click that, if it existed here, of course, you would actually get an explanation for these buttons, different actions, and there's going to be some like Pseudopedia, that there's going to be some kind of big information browser. Because introducing every single element like this through a tutorial in a game like this is too much work. Part of gardening is trial and error, and that the icons might also be self-explanatory. And always trust people's insight too. This looks like a hand grabbing a bunch of carrots. Well, that looks like harvest. If it isn't, we'll make a better icon. My bigger concern is to harvest or do global things, like say you really want to click 9 times to hit, or do you want to do a batch harvest? Those are more important topics for me. It's as if these four could be put under button. Just like this water icon doesn't actually do anything but opens watering options. So maybe some of this could be grouped under a different structure so that we could actually have room for other batch actions. Would actually be nice to kind of have some sort of like checkbox structure that you select multiple, then you hit a button here, so you do it on a batch. I think I'm going to consider launch options. I'm going to put the stream on pause. If I decide to take a longer lunch break, I'll come back and then stop the stream so you don't end up waiting for an hour. See you soon. Okay, so I ordered lunch. We'll see. Comes maybe 20 minutes or so. We'll see, and then I'll take my lunch break at that time. So let's go. So we were working out the tutorial topics, laid out a scenario or the path to beginning of the gameplay, basically, where we have the hand holding and then we just let the player play the game beyond the circle. That all has to be done in the here. So recap. Welcome, done. Move around, we detect it, done. First context menu, here it is. We need a message from, so at some point I also want to introduce this task system. So when it's still going to be closed, we move, show this, click that marker to see details of arrays. Instead of give me a call, because I want to introduce one thing at a time, I'll give you a call once finish looking around. Okay, that's it. So you hang up, you move, the bobbity happens. Okay, you click it, you trigger this. At that point, fucking Dave calls us. It's actually pretty. Dave's first instructions. We don't really need this thingy for developer. We say since this is all part of this, so I'll do it this way. Let's put a note here. Once it's context, once we should here Dave's so go to Dave's first instructions. So the developer knows what's going to happen next. Okay. That may be too visible. I don't know. So then Dave is here and this Bobby T is gonna go away. So here is Dave's first instructions. We even shamelessly write it as Dave's first instructions. Why am I having trouble today with Dave's first instructions will be holy. First instructs okay. Interesting pronunciations in these languages. The length is okay, but then you can't expand when are more or less the same length. German goes crazy sometimes. Maybe in Turkish, we'll actually change the name to Davut. It's David. Who knows? Um, Italian? Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, let's also pretend that this is actually what Dave told us. I'm really curious about this whole. It's really not bad. Well, it's the same length. A bit longer. Copy. Not bad. Dave's first instructions. How is that going? We might have to adjust. Nothing is final yet. Good situation is progressing. Let's copy this again. German. Did we look at German? That's also long too. But it's more or less around the same overall length. So I like this. So we'll see. Either way, it's not why. Dave's first instructions will be such that, as I said, I still have said still few things, still a few things. I think this is a place where we could introduce two little topics because they are concerning the same area. When I said earlier that I don't want to mix two different topics, one of them was the task system, and the other one was the interaction with the context menu or the context linear. But it makes sense to introduce these two buttons since they're also very close to each other. So maybe he has a few things that are garbage that has to be put in the compost, a few things that are harvestable. So we should let the player feel that they are already benefiting from the garden. Feel free to just good, and maybe we'll hard code few things that we know for sure they are dead. Maybe there are carrots. The carrots have had it. Put them in the compost. And I think this is a good moment to mix the icons with text. But if you put the icon in the middle of the text, it's going to look extremely awkward. But by the way, let's look at this icon. You can see this icon has also lost its connection. Yeah, I fucked up a lot of things, didn't I? Button. So this, okay. See, when I copied it from here to there, it actually lost its meaning. But here, this action button, I'm going to say, well, which action button am I? Because restore component. No, don't restore it. Components, action button, done. Do this for this too. I suppose I should do this for multiple. So can I do it multiple? Like, beautiful. Okay. 2 minutes to the food. See how many of. Oh, not that one. The group, so it's gonna confuse itself. Can do that group. Then double click enter and then multiple shift clicks will do. So of course I think I should also fix the references to these components. No, but these are still done individually. Beautiful. So here's that. I will be copying this and this. See, there's always some stuff left behind. Copy this, come here, do pick selection here. I may have to actually do it all pages. Delete, group it, just move it. Okay, copy, select everything, except this. Cut, paste. Okay, somewhere there, done. Now we know this button is safe. Okay, perfect. Now this is what I want to do. I want to take these two buttons. Okay, I will be putting them inside this panel as part of the instructions. So when I looked at this 2 minutes ago, it showed 2 minutes. Relativity is, or I'm too hungry. Just double click. Maybe we'll make this one. This guy a little the size. This one is okay. We do proceed. Take um, first instructions. I see. I made that part of the paste. I don't think it pastes inside though. It's still going to be both everything now. Okay, I think the food is here. So I'll be as quick as possible. The stream will be on pause and see you soon. Okay. Yeah. So Dave's first instructions are to harvest and compost some of the stuff that is already in the raised bed. Taking the stream settings. Okay. So, we do next Dave's first instructions. So we gotta keep track of the actions here. Um, okay. We may disable these soon. At that point, we don't. I haven't made those buttons in a disabled mode, but they will be in the game. Don't want to spend too much making a version of those buttons in a disabled form, because then each one has to be copied and made a green, green and a gray sort of version of it. But I think the only benefit we are so far getting is that the base is a component, I believe, round icon base, which here yes. Maybe this is gonna have a disabled state, so which they have. But either way, these have to be copied so that each background could be will be selected, and then we'll set the state to disable. Because right now we are only choosing the action, which is essentially picking a different icon from a different component. We'll update these names accordingly so that it will fit the narrative. I'm not doing that now. Or since I'm here, I may as well do it. Stuff will be garbage. So, note to the developer. Take one of these screens, put it near Dave's first instructions, and let's keep only the harvest, compost buttons available. Also, must paste to carrot unit. Okay, I thought you were supposed to do this. Okay, so that's that. Um, that's also kind of like part of Dave's first instructions. So we do harvesting. Let me write some stuff down for my own sake. Hard time. Coming back to some of the previous points, continue a separate branch. Okay. So where are we? So say um, Dave should talk about what was our earlier plan. I remember. Look around. Be a call once you finish looking around. We did. Click this. Once the player clicks this, we should present this. Once this menu opens, we should trigger this phone. We'll give a second or two, maybe a few more seconds between the triggers. Once people see this, they should take a second or two to look at, feel a little bit overwhelmed, whatever. And then this pops up, and Dave says, do a few basic things for me. And after Dave's first instructions are done, yes, he was going to talk about the joy of planting and how we can actually plant stuff. So we buy seeds and stuff. Some basic notes here. He will talk about the steps to start planting. And those steps will be market interface, um, shopping interface, orders interface, inventory interface, and then finally after the have the planting business. And after that is finished, we kind of come back to this compose point. Now that the planting is done, we will talk about actions that are concerning the planting, sort of post-planting business. Now that the planting is done, what do we do to keep the plant happy? Water it, we fertilize it, stuff. That's a sort of a separate branch because the first branch is basically game UI, how you access systems. The growing business is a separate concept. So we'll essentially complete these two topics, and then maybe we'll branch out to start a completely new topic. Maybe we'll tie it in as need information, where you find it. If it's context specific information, you find it by information icon somewhere here. Something like that, and the tutorial is concluded. I hope. So let's continue with the harvest wording. Light in the room. Okay, there. Let's keep only the harvest and compost buttons available. So we do proceed. Let's copy this. May actually be redundant, but harvest action. Okay. Let's take this icon. I believe we already have the icon. Okay. This is going to be harvest. Okay. Cut this, come here into this frame or into this frame, paste it. It's here. Um, let's write a bold message here. I think a few things here in life, the pleasure of harvesting or hard work, something like that. Sort of semi. So we'll first go with harvest. We'll, this is gonna go away. Bye. Hidden, I don't care. Should wait for the player to harvest. Then I'm kind of putting a note here for Jordan and discuss. We disable the post perfectly fine harvestable plants. Okay. Then when they do that, we proceed to another action, which is the compost action. This time the icon will be post. The add to compost. The message for this is plants can still do good even if they are not edible in terms of composting. We'll do that. This time, maybe we will actually have different ones selected. The This one is Lightma. Which one is it, man? That another thing I may have to do. I think there's a way to expose the color palette. Because at some point, I think I put too many here. They are coming from a separate file. Keeping track of the ones that I'm using, at least in a smart way, but it's a little bit redundant. Should wait for the player to hit the compost button. Um, may do all these actions, raise viewer. Okay. So when we do the after Dave's first instructions are done, we will talk about this. Oh, okay. Maybe programmatically we trigger. Okay, copy this. Tasks. Now is a time to introduce major other. Take this here. Okay. Your time has come. Spend. As soon as Dave's gardening instructions, Dave's first instructions are done, should programmatically, we should expand tasks for the player. There will one task call. So we leave that to the intuition of the player. It's like game just pops up this. There's only one thing, maybe some kind of like sizing up and down. Click this, something like we did with the bobbing thing. Click me kind of thing. And there will also be an instruction here on. Maybe you should call Dave, let him know. Okay. So that's the tutorial for this. We could also close this too. Because what the fuck is going to. So we move on to bigger topics. So bye. So now Dave wants to talk about more stuff. Dave is going to give instructions after you are finished with the first instruction. Dave's planting. Step 1. Introduction process. We may actually drop Dave here. Planting instructions, introduction, and screen and such. Clearly, they are planting instructions or first instructions are same thing. So planting workflow. Let's call it workflow. Dave is saying, I hope you get a taste of much gardening. Just stuff you eat. Labor you put into it. All this text may change. Um, this text might be long. The fact that it might also be long and we don't really need to see any of this. Do we have shit? Oh, this rectangle. I have everything in this rectangle. That was my idea. These two will go anyway. For 4. And this text is gonna be inside. Well, can you paste it inside? Button, right? So this should act like a frame actually. This text button and this should be. But we cannot really inject it. So this rectangle is a component anymore. Not in that file editor for the. I suppose I have to go to the original pen. Rectangle. I should make this a frame. View. It all. Where we fuck it up. Okay. Because has to take. I think I effectively broke everything else. This one isn't taking over from the components, but anything else that using the components files panel is now broken. Because when I did this change, this is filling the container. This is also fixed height. This should actually fill the container. This look into is a bit more carefully. Let's see. Do this, review, update. So now these two things, hopefully they will enter this area. Good. Ungroup. I think I have to detach this to inject something into this frame that holds this little section. Because I want this content to be positioned like this. But when I'm doing this, it actually aligns itself. When I do this, yeah, it keeps pasting it outside. Okay, it's okay. Here. Hope you got a taste of how much gardening, how fun gardening can be. Much fun gardening. Not just the stuff you eat, but the labor you put into it. We start a new paragraph here, and um, say, what do we say? And I wanted to introduce his stay in that other country, that it's going to be permanent, but okay, how did we come here? We said task introduction. We did okay, maybe we should introduce the calendar, the time forwarding, fast forwarding thing. As soon as Dave's first instructions are done, we should expand the tasks for the player. There will be only one task, call Dave. Call Dave. And Dave is saying, maybe Dave doesn't actually say this. Something else first. Dave. Um, your friend. Feel free to consume what you think my trip here is going to take longer. Why don't you give me all say all up? Say who is your friend? Dave says not going to be visible yet. I think this screen didn't have to be this big. anyway. So 359, right? Same anyway. So we'll actually decrease this height. Going to be adjusted anyway. This is not going to be planting workflow anymore. Going to be um, we do this. This is going to be relabeled. Going to be thank you. Instructions, because that's all other thing. Thank you. And let's duplicate this. We'll do a calendar logic. Okay, or action, calendar action. So one of these things will be did we actually do this? That's it, right? We don't really have a button for it yet. Oh, the other thing is in it. So this is the one. Copy this. We don't have a calendar thing, do we? We have the order sort of delivery. What is it? This calendar thing. ETA. We have the ETA stuff. This has never been turned into an icon. Suppose we could utilize it. So create a new variant. Okay. Call it calendar. Could even be ETA, sort of gray area. Cut this. Paste it. There's still the MPK thing. And reframe yourself. Hopefully put yourself here. Here. 1, 3. Done. We need to publish it. Icon is modified. Task queue item. How is task queue item? Your task is so something in icon has changed. Task queue item. Oh, because these are also pulling from icons. The graphic hasn't changed, but this reference has been added another item. Sense. If this changes, it's going to change the sense. And of course, review, update both. Done. Means that this actually needed some update. So instead of phone, we actually have calendar. This calendar action. So this interface is missing a calendar fast forward icon. So we'll have to introduce. Maybe we'll put it in awkward corners and edges here. And Maybe we'll actually move this settings icon here, sort of the dead zone there. That is a whole other topic. By the way, I think this isn't even a component. Maybe it could have been. Maybe it should have been. Um, use calendar interface to fast forward. Because Dave is sleeping. Okay. 9:36. 9:36. So since we're in the calendar action, this has no bearing. Need to bring the calendar. The calendar interface has not been designed to the here for the developer. Uh, don't have a pretty for calendar, but we are expecting player, expecting the player choose Monday time travel. Okay, but this step is pilot point because we have already called Dave. The task should be closed. Dave's thank you should also have this closed because it's done. Task introduction. Exactly about that. So there will be none of this anyway. Add action. Do that. Fast forward. And feel free to consume what you harvested. This is actually what I copied anyway. Here, because this introduction here, which is changed. This is now becoming because Dave is kind of giving you sad news about himself, but happy news for you as the player. So Dave is basically going to say, change of plans. Going to say, one hand, wanted to let's first talk about what the fuck has happened. Um, well, they offered. I said yes. On the one hand, but on the other hand, where we'll try to make sense of the player's situation and relationship with Dave. Maybe Dave is your brother. If Dave is going to tolerate the reason why you're going to spend a lot of time, maybe the whole summer in your in that kind of thing. Horror time, garden. Be more theatrical about this. They offered me the job as an intern. Because we are still pretending that there is going to be a time limit to this tutorial and the first scenario that by the end of the summer you will make some stuff. And you couldn't grow enough tomatoes. Dave will be back. Will be the end of things for you. If it's a permanent job, he will probably stay there forever. It's like internship, short term gig, something. Similar. So since Dave said, because we got to this part, introduction, because we did some basic action. Says thank you. At this point, he could say, "Is see, Dave, I'm gonna grab some water." So, in the early stages, when Dave is going to give you a call, things happen automatically. We think we're picking up the phone, interfaces are triggers. We move around stuff. This one. None of this screens are triggered as a result of your task phone icon is clicked. Right? This is not making any sense. With something else, right? So move around, first context menu, click that marker, see details. Okay, you do that, and then you come here. This doesn't even have to be here. Okay. Because after this, you actually get to see the harvest instruction and such. Do that. As soon as Dave's first instructions are done, we expand this. So we actually ask the player to call Dave. And the title is already thanking you, so feel free to consume. Um, maybe, like I said, maybe at this point we talk about Dave's misery. But it was a good segue to calendar action. Okay, which means this is not necessary. Say hang up. See this. Okay, shit comes here. And then as soon as a day goes by, then we put the task here, call Dave. Okay. Some point maybe this is going to be expanded, and we called it, we kind of popped it off the list. And Dave is now talking about change of plans. Okay, so far so good. It kind of makes sense. This is the reason why I was confused. It's as if he has to go so you can call him again, or he's gonna call you so you can give instructions, because merging instructions on top of this text might be too long, but maybe this is where we have a long scene. And this text. Actually, no, because where is the scenario? Yes. Um, when do we introduce this? This? Okay, we do this. Call Dave. Okay, because Dave is your guy. Can we make this button bigger? It's a component coming from somewhere else. We just detach it. So I'll actually merge this text, or I'll introduce the text as a result of this scenario production. So where are we? We are still not in planting instructions. After we do calendar action, we do this is going to be duplicated. This is Dave's misery. Okay, we push this down, take this down, so even more. Okay, for Dave. But he has to say something to call Dave. I have a lot to think about. So let's talk tomorrow. So that's fine. Dave is miserable. Not that Dave is miserable, that is fine, but this his plan is fine. There are any viewers out there whose name is Dave? I'm sorry. This has to go. So when you hang up and so let's talk later. When we say tomorrow after we hang up, do we expect the player to hit the calendar fast forwarding again? Because as much as there's value in repeating the actions for instilling in the player where things are, I also don't want to repeat things twice, especially when they are too soon. Because we just clicked the calendar action to get to see this menu panel. So when we close this, we could actually have a timer after. I mean, just programmatically fast forward the time. I don't care. We have scenario introduction. When we said scenario, okay, now we are kind of coming here. There you go. This is the scenario. After this, we'll go to instructions. Okay, it's all coming together. This is the scenario. It is. So Cut yourself. Do you really need to be open source? You don't. Oh, this is all coming from IC. It's all different. Okay. Because I cleaned it here for the misery. Cut yourself. Go to scenario. Might be needed. Might be needed. You are not needed. You might be needed in maybe not in that format, but this is the scenario. Okay. Here's the scenario introduction. You've been watching kitchen DIY projects on the TV in Dave's house. You're inspired to do a big batch of tomato paste. Grow a lot of tomatoes by the end of summer. So you call Dave. Okay? We pretend that's just one of these actions. Call Dave. So this is not going to be, it's going to be empty. So you are done. Thank you. Done. Not to the developer. Calling Dave button essentially task button. I think we need this. So Dave is miserable. We hang up. We arbitrarily wait for a few seconds in the game time. We come up with the scenario introduction. Then it is time to put things in gear. Dave's planting instructions. The copy of the text. This is where we do so it would seem you can have house to your the house and the garden yourself for the summer. What's that? And then you just blurt out maybe in there. Just saw this DIY project on TV and such. Okay, this is already the same text. Wanna get your dirty with the garden? You say superb. Maybe we'll put this line somewhere in the end. Congratulate the player. Cheers. I'll give instructions about how to plant your own stuff. First, you have to buy seedlings or seeds. So that's still a game design issue we have. We'll imagine it's seedlings at this point. That later in the game you'll start your seeds indoor, so you can have seedlings by the summer or end of spring. Do instructions on it is the better English. How to buy. Can use future maybe this is where we have the bold or italic. See what's cut that short. Zoom in. Let's make this text market. This part bold. And use my computer to browse the market. So this is the right time to speed things up. We changed this button to like open market, you know. Use the if I say go to market, will people understand it as if I'm physically going to market or I'm more people we go to the market too, who cares? Um, use the computer. Until we find something better. Okay. Here's the introduction. The real introduction starts here. So when we do this, not to the developer, use the computer button should trigger market view. Okay. Open the market view. That's the essence of this screen. I don't think we have this anymore. I don't think we should do the back and forth logic anymore, if possible. It used to be click this, you see another short instruction about where to find the relevant stuff, but this could actually easily trigger it by itself because you're not supposed to do two things or you need to remember or find the place of something. Uh, Maybe we have taught that mechanic well, assuming, okay? So when you do this, this should trigger the market view. So get it down, okay? Assuming we actually did that, here is now the market conditions, okay? Sir, why do you still have this open? Okay, bye. So in the market interface, this is when we'll take the market. Of course, this may all change, but here, here, group it, probably change. Okay. Most likely all this will always be centered. Like a 2/3. This change of plans was the title for the miserable production is basically this title has to change. Uh, I want to know how they are stating this too. Interesting. They are spot on. That's really what it is. Seems slightly long. That's fine because we will actually build this to extend a bit. There will be some kind of width that is pushing it to the right. I think. This is every day on your journal, right? Yeah. This is born like nascent. Nasce in Polone. Okay, that sounds good enough. Yeah. So we'll stick it in there. French. Okay, this one twos is I think they are taking it literally here. This is uh, like a squid sucking like a suction cup. One twos is as far as I know. Yeah, suction thing. Instead, this is actually slang. Loser, kind of gullible person. Suction cup, so sucker. Okay. So we'll figure that out. We'll ask the community about that. We looked at German, which is long, really long. Japanese, I'm always curious about that. Chinese, simply more or less the same. Okay, so this is the market. Okay, we may even expand this to the relevant section that you are going to grow super Italian paste because it's good for making sauce, right? It's a batch of tomato paste. Yeah, that's it. So this is the right kind. So we'll actually congratulate you, the player. Dave is going to do. You found the right kind of tomato for your summer projects. Um, The implication is that, well, we pretend the player has found this, but player thinks, did I really spend time to find anything? Okay, what is available? They are browsing, and so which is not quite relevant. But you can do it. The fact that we want to move the target forward, we just have to instruct the player now with the shopping mechanics. With that shop button, yeah, we'll make that part of it. Select from which manufacturer to see which manufacturer or which supplier is a better word that covers other topics as well. Supplier is offering it. Shop button will be semi-bold. Anything that kind of breaks the illusion there. So we'll actually do okay. Use the Shopity. This button will either this button or that other button will actually trigger. This button should trigger the same market button. This is where we are aligning the tutorial buttons with the core game buttons. Makes sense that way. This interface is missing a lot of information, but what is relevant here is that we shop for things. And from here we go to the shop. Right? Just go for shopping. Shop. This title is wrong. Like making the right. We may add another paragraph here, or keep it as short as this. I'm not sure if I should add a paragraph before or after this one, or just leave it alone. Because there is going to be much more going on in the market interface, this browsing interface. If I could figure it out, one day I might actually merge this browsing screen with this screen, shop. If only we could see these prices and the suppliers for Super Italian paste while we are looking for options. Because We close this menu. We open it, or we don't really need to close it. We open the market view again to browse different product, shop, and this interface is updated with the new product selection. Why can't that all be in the same? Now, shopping cart has to be a different screen because it's listing things from multiple. It's listing multiple products supplied by multiple suppliers. So you could be buying super Italian paste from two different suppliers because one doesn't have enough, or one is pricey but gives you short delivery time. The other one is cheap but it's going to take twice as long. So maybe you order from both anyway. That kind of thing. So this is a whole other domain here. And of course, you got to keep track of your orders that are coming your way. But even though this one should be separate systems, I don't really know why shopping. The price information screen should be different, separate from the market. Nevertheless, given the fact that we actually have what we have, this is enough. So we then go to shop, making the right choice. So the shop interface is going to be what are we writing about the shop? It's a bit detailed. Let's say can find any suppliers offering same product, different prices, towards the best choice case is not always better if it's going too long to arrive at, okay, or the product quality sucks. We have mechanics about that. We will not introduce that here. That will be part of the information screen here, this area, which they will talk about. And he's going to say, you need information pertaining to a certain area, you just hit the information button. Cheap is not always better if it's going to. That's done. Let's give one more nudge. Um, Hmm. Okay, I'm thinking of a tricky scenario here or tricky situation. It's about educating the player. Okay, concern number one. What should we write here? Meaning, what kind of quantity we should mention here that makes sense for this player to finish this scenario to yield 50 kilograms of tomatoes. Um, First concern number two is, well, that's part of the hard coding the tutorial will use. Really, we'll make sure that the supplier has at least that amount of seeds or seedlings. Um, it's time to make tea and think about this on my way back. Zoom in a bit. Find many suppliers offering the same product with prices, sizes, time, options, size, and delivery time. Make the best choice for your case. Cheap is not always better if it's going to take too long to arrive at your door. And this is when I was thinking of what? On my way back, I was going to think about yeah, I got distracted in the kitchen. So while making my tea, um, shop. First of all, this screen should not show the market place anymore. It should show the shopping interface. So copy it, paste it, group it somewhere here, there, something like that. Okay, so this could actually be a short instruction too. Something like this, okay? Because I'll talk about adding, making this selection, making the choice and adding to your basket, which will trigger the shopping cart interface part of the bottom part thingy. This is going to be a different title here. Encode liberated. Okay. So from here we go to duplicate and we do kind of do the shopping cart here. Let's bring in that other Dave's misery and calendar action, something like this. Okay, copy this. Your shopping cart will be updated. List. Decisions. What is the icon for this? Madness. Do we have a shopping thing going on? We do actually have a Shopity. Okay, there. So here, on top of the shopping options, we should also bring in the shopping carts. This is going to be a heavy developer sort of note section. Group with. Okay. This is going to be kid in a candy shop. I wonder how they translate this in Turkey. Okay. This is too long. Maybe we'll find something a bit shorter. Variety of options, not variable of. We'll say once and then we say okay. This is going to do the same thing. Is it going to do the same thing? So we are shopping. Okay, this is open. We do okay, which then triggers the bottom part. This is fine. So maybe we should show this fine. Say, why is it doing this thing? This should open a few seconds after bottom. Okay. So we have a variety of options. We order from the same supplier if possible to cut down our costs. We confirm. Okay. Once we hit confirm, then we go to the orders screen, which is a different page. Okay. And we call this where is my order? And we will actually delete all this because we kind of want to put this in there. Copy this. You'll put this here. To trigger this order interface via programmatically clicking the order button to bring the player's attention to show fuck. This one is missing some kind of goofy key. From the market view, this text has to change. Leave it at all. This is actually talking about shopping carts. This text belongs to this. This one is related to shopping cart, not the supplier view. Um, so button should close the listing to open the bottom instruction. Okay. Again, we are actually making a reference to the button itself. So this should be semi-bold. Okay. Okay, I think I found some other text to add here. Okay, let's do this one up. This. Do you do that? Do you do this? So eventually the player hits the confirm button. Here we could also show the market interface should have this press too. Okay. So in the orders, I put this note here, but wait a minute. How come you knew? How do you know where you're coming? Who assigned it? Who did assign it? Why is orders not assigned? That was never bound? Wow. Okay. So this is a button? Yeah. Now under orders, this is also going to have. Ooh. Okay. Well, but whatever. Just done. Now we are talking about the orders. Where's my order? And we just call it be patient. Yeah. Maybe we will automatically make the delivery dates one day. Either the player figures out fast forwarding again with the calendar or using the time buttons. A day will go by and we'll track. Let's still utilize the calendar thing. Something like this. Something like that. Let's do one orders. Where's my order? Similar idea. This button. That. Okay, this is it. So market shop orders. We still have inventory and planting instructions. And after planting, we move on to growing and gardening things, which is a whole other domain. but we may actually have shortcuts there. So I think I'm going to sign off in a few minutes. It's been almost 4 hours. Gotta move around, maybe read some business books, gardening books, other stuff. There's joy in this work, but I have to balance stuff as well. So maybe I should utilize the next few minutes to do a recap. Um, so today's big topic was to separate the three files of Figma, specifically our original design file that had a lot of UI screens. As soon as I wanted to introduce tutorial screens into that, turned out to be too complicated uh, task to merge game UI screens with tutorial screens. Certain flow that we have to follow into. So as soon as I decided to separate the file, I noticed that the components were not shared files. So we had to separate the components page from the original file into its own design file, and that file has now been exposed as library, component library, to two files that we have been working. These two are now using the components that are coming this file here. Occasionally we have broken references, but we make do and we fix them as we go. Tutorials wise, we have a work flow, or we have a flow at least, that is taking the user from basically the first moments of the game that we are introduced to the interface, camera movements, that stuff that imaginary character Dave is giving us instructions about what to do in the garden, and then we actually move forward to the point where the player is presented with a scenario, and we kind of make the player believe that at this point this is what the player wants. We'll actually give choices to the player in real game, but here the task is to finish this scenario, hence the tutorial. And Dave is basically holding our hands to accomplish this scenario. Um, and I think we've gone as far as ordering your stuff. Once this arrives, we will move on to inventory screen, so you could pick the seedling and you could do the basic planting operation. That completes the mechanics of planting business. And after that, there's going to be a whole other conversation about growing things, walls, sun condition and soil condition, all that stuff. That's a whole other set of mechanics. That's going to require probably twice as many screens as we have seen here. Perhaps we'll cut it short by introducing this context-specific information screen that we actually do a quick, yeah, something similar to this, that we will actually have a reference of like a legend of what icon does what. We'll put this kind of information under this when the player clicks it here. So this is gonna be replaced basic instructions like this, so that the player doesn't wonder what is. Because introducing each one of these through Dave's imaginary talk is also going to take a while, and it's a tutorial. You don't want to sit there and play it for 4 hours to learn every single thing. There's a bit of discovery expected, but the information should be available as long as we clearly show where the instructions are, maybe mission. So that's all I have today, and tomorrow is a day full of meetings, so most likely we'll meet on Wednesday. Good night.